Okay, chat. As promised, I came on just after finishing the special program. Hey, Leo, how you doing? I went into my husband's accounts to put the codes in. That's why I'm just a little bit later. I also reloaded the 4-star account twice. I don't know why. But hun, if you're in chat, the codes have been put in and claimed for you. So, I'm just gonna flat out say it. I was disappointed with the special program, just ever so slightly. And it's only because it seems like we're getting like no quality of life shit. Or at the very least that they showed off. And it's like, you guys do know that players have been clamoring for you to do shit and you're not doing it. And at the very end, they kind of had the gall to say that they'll strive to improve the game. So yes, I'm left a little disappointed with the special program. Temper Thyself has great choices. Yes. So that was like the only thing I actually really liked. I knew that they were going to up that. They had to. So this time around for Temper Thyself is much better for me because I actually have most of the Fontaine roster. So awesome, hun! You get to have your C1 Clarant finally. I'll get Risley. I'll actually get C1 Risley. Honestly, Emily will be pretty solid too. I can take or leave Cloud Retainer because I don't use her. But C1 Cloud Retainer? Alright, sure. What the heck? Onto. I was like, I know my codes. Let's see if I spelled this right without, like, looking at it. Yay, I did! No, I don't need another code. I have another code.
I'll have one.
C1 Chiori, Cloud, and Siegeween. Yeah, that's right. You wanted Chiori too. I'm happy that I'll finally have Risley. No, yes, I did have the opportunity to get him very recently, but there was kind of no reason for me to do that, especially when Sino was going to outdamage him. So, the stuff that they did bring up, talk about, and stuff like that. I was iffy on the shooting game stuff that they were implementing. As cool as it looks, because I really like the outfit for the Traveler. I don't think I'm going to enjoy that at all, but that's just because I don't enjoy that kind of gameplay to begin with. Is it cool that they are trying something new? Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know. And honestly, I can't make a decision on Odette from that because I don't know if anybody else has this problem. Maybe it's just my reading comprehension because I just read like a slow motherfucker. When I have to read subtitles, it's so hard to keep up with what's happening on screen. But for some reason, every time with the special programs, when they do the dev talks, the subs go by so fucking fast. So add that onto a problem of comprehension. So I still don't know exactly what Odette is supposed to do in terms for the characters I have. Again, main account, it seems it would be foolish of me not to go for Odette because I do have Risley and Sino. So for free to play, it's a little bit harder. Now we add on to the confirmation. Yes, it is Flynn's and Anefa on the second half, which would help out the free to play account as well. But Odette also can be used with Mizuki. I was like, what the fuck is her name? So I'm still at a little bit of a standstill. I'm probably going to have to do the trial to actually get an idea, a better idea of what
Bring it.
Adet is capable of with potential of what characters I do have on this account. But I still like the idea of potentially going after Fractured Halo. Because I do think a Nephis weapon is going to actually be more beneficial than Flynn's. And I could also just put a Nephis weapon on Flynn's. It's not that big of a deal. But it is also a perfect case scenario where I need both weapons. So if I lose to one, I can get guaranteed the other, supposing I can get enough wishes. Which, in theory, I should be able to because it's the start of a new region.
Such defiance. Heaven's will made.
Every time.
Leave it to me! A turning point?
She went flying. Let's you see how far she went. Gears of Genshin. Elemental warfare. Always wait and see some testing and others. Yeah. That's probably what's going to happen for free-to-play. It's just going to sit until I can see some proper testing being done. As for my main, well, it was 100% accurate. It was, of course, Adet and Arlecchino. I cry. Because like I said, hell or high water, I want Arlecchino's constellations. So, unfortunately, I am on a 50-50. And no, I don't regret Lowen. I regret spending the money, yes, but I don't regret Lowen himself. Lowen is a lot of fun. But I kind of wish he did go standard. I will keep saying that. I wish Lowen did go standard, because then I didn't have to worry about it. Or I could have just tried pulling for him and got the loss and set up for Snezhnaya, which would have meant that the guarantee would have been on Odette and then everything else goes to Arlecchino. But that's not how it played out, so now I gotta figure that out. So more than likely, when Snezhnaya drops, we're gonna farm the hell out of the new area, just so I can ensure that I get Arlie C2. So the goal would be Adet herself and then Arlie C2. Now, asterisk. If it turns out I don't like setting up Adet, one, or if she turns out really not to be needed and I can just use the Traveler for some time, then so be it, and then everything goes to Arlie. I don't think that's going to be the case, since basically she is supposed to be like the Columbina. But at the same token, now this is the other thing too that made me go, that stinky poo poo, is having the reactions like the stellar reactions specific actually do stuff within the overworld. That limits who I run around with. And me personally, I would like to roll around with the characters I like, A, B, that are actually strong enough to withstand things. So on free-to-play, that becomes a little hard. I mean, all I would need to do, ideally, I could run around with Flynn's, for an example, and just throw a cryo in there. So instead of Sucrose, just have the Cryo Traveler. So I at least have some Cryo Electro going on. But what if I don't want to run around with Flynn's? What if I want to run around with Klee? Like, I don't want to start and stop every 2 seconds to change my party.
I live within you. Bring it.
Watch out! The story has only just begun!
La la la. Boing boing boom. Woo. Yeah. Ha.
Done.
Hey, Onward, how you doing? Cause all you. I'm dead in a ditch. Out of all the only ones I have are Navia and Siegeween. Gonna be slinging some suboptimal cons next year. You know, I didn't even pay attention to the fact that they didn't add Yelan or Kazuha. Like, I just saw that they added some Fontaine crew. Specifically, it was Risley, and everybody called Risley being put in there. So I was like, okay, cool. I can finally have my C1 Rio. And then, you know, a bunch of other Fontaine peeps. Navia's C1 is kind of whatever. Like, she'll probably be one of the last ones I grab. But out of everything for, like, technically quality of life, the only thing to note was Temper Thyself. And you knew they had to add new characters to that. There's something about that flower that the characters never want to pick up when I pass it. Okay, but the beginning of you having a turn. No. If you're talking about the Oisa mechanic, there was things on the ground that allowed you to do it without flipping to somebody who was light or dark. And then if you had Furina, it didn't really matter. So no, it hasn't really been a fun thing since Fontaine because it's been on the ground. You could just pick up the thing and do it with anybody. See when Navia meets closer to C2, that's true. Seems great for theater nonsense, more okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Honestly, if she can be paired with Columbina, I'm all for it.
Bring it.
That they really is very small inconvenience. It isn't, it isn't. I mean, again, like with Temper Thyself, I think Temper Thyself is great. I like the fact that you can invest into the C1s because basically they're acknowledging that the C1s, the constellations for characters, are kind of more relevant now than they've ever been with the way the game has been scaling. But it doesn't help if you don't have the character. And I'll say it again with like ZZZ and Starling. They've changed it so you can cater who you lose to some older characters. And yeah, the older characters might not be the best regardless. But why not make it so that you can lose to the characters that are on Temper Thyself instead of the Chronicle Wisp bullshit? Or at least for some of them. Because also keep in mind, as Onwed pointed out, Yelan and Kazuha weren't added at this point. They weren't added the first time around when every character on there would been when they were released. And now we're going into Fontaine characters, and they're still not added. I mean, like what? Outside of, correct me if I'm wrong, and Arlecchino counts as Snezhnaya, by the way. All the Fontaine characters were there except for Nuvi and Furina. Now, obviously, they're not putting the Archons on there, and they never will. But so that leaves the question of why Kazuha and Yelan being left off. Nuvi, I would almost argue, because he was really strong when he came out. And at this point, you can argue, if you've done the story, that he's technically the Archon at this point. Like, he's the Sovereign. So he's too big a, like, in story terms, power to be on Temper Thyself. Fine, you can argue that for Nuvi. But why Kazuha and Yelan? Like, why aren't they there? I think there'll be something like Font to do with Stellar stuff. Right? I'm hoping we see that and Nuvi gets his comeback. Let Nuvi get his groove back, man. Get away with. Dip a toe in and then cannonball into the water. Pull a cleat, cannonball in the water. That's not how I access my map, and I know it. New Oasis wasn't used much at all. Yeah, like even when you went into like the Abyss, and you saw that it had, you know, these characters had had an alignment, had an advantage. I don't think it ever actually said the Numo Oesa, except for like in say theater and Stygian later on. So it was really a nothing mechanic for the most part. And like I said, those orbs were around like nearby where the puzzle was, so you could easily just get past it with the characters, like the characters you had on field. You didn't have to like flip to Lynette or anybody. Unless you wanted to, unless you couldn't find the thing and then you're like, ah, fuck it. Or you just pulled Fiorina and you had both and you didn't care. Both have C1s that let you use their abilities twice, right? Wonder if that's it. Is that Kazu's? I'll double check Kazuha's con in a second, because I have him on this account.
I think not.
Change, thank you.
A turning point in.
I am getting caught.
Watch out!
Pick it up, Durin. There you go. But I think that's the biggest drawback. Like, the stuff they showed it for Snezhnaya, again, I couldn't read the subtitles quick enough to totally comprehend what I was seeing. But it looked cool. I'm going to look forward to exploring and everything. The story, of course, I'm going to get invested in. The trailer was amazing. Saying about the new stuff, but it's been a trend so far that they introduced some weird that interacts with the region. I mean, the train. Made the subtitles really small this year. I mean, I turned on the closed captionings because I had it on the TV. So I turned on the closed captioning because there was no other subtitle. But oh my god, like I would start reading it, blink, and then they had like 3 other sentences go by. It was so bad. Yet the snowball looked fun. They basically have another, like, I think it was with the Jack Frost that was similar to the Kuhenki. So they have stuff like that. So, like, the only cumbersome thing is going to be running into anything that requires you to do one of the stellar reactions. So again, if I'm running around with Flynn's, it shouldn't be an issue because I'll have lightning on hand. And hell, if I need like to do the swirl, I'll have Sucrose in party. But that's assuming that the thing is in and of itself cryo. But like when it came to the quality of life stuff, they lumped in Temper Thyself, which I guess is quality of life. But they were like, okay, and let's talk about the permanent mode Stygian Onslaught. It's like, okay, what are you doing for Stygian? oh, we're gonna make it so that you have another set of skins, and when you complete Dire, you can choose which skins you want to have. So it took them a full fucking year to put in another set of skins for beating Dire 1. And that was the only change. So congratulations, Wales. You get some more skins. What was the other thing that they said? It was like there was only 2 Snezhnaya too. They're adding more pins for the map. Cool. Uh It was like the traveler's journal or something like that that'll make it easier for you to keep track of like the story, and you can teleport to the locations or something like that. But it sounded like it was only being implemented for Snezhnaya instead of being retroactive to that. So cool, I guess. Thing is that called building. Yeah, yeah. They seem to be going a bit hard with the elemental warfare gun combat with different guns. Yeah, they seem to be like all in on that. And then they started talking about Miliastra being like, you have our promise that, crafts people will have access to all this stuff. Yes, because you want your content creators, your crafts people to make your events for you. Suppose that's better than AI doing it still. Heaven and earth to do everything but let people use their fish weapon. What the hell happened to the fishing weapons? We haven't seen one since freaking Fontaine. So it's so weird. Like I didn't want to like bitch about the special program at all because I was really hyped for it. The trailer was absolutely amazing for what they showed off. I was looking forward to actually seeing Odette and Alyosha in action, but I had this problem with even like Nodcry and Natland too. When it's the dev program and stuff like that, it's a little bit harder to comprehend what the kids are supposed to do, and I feel like they don't go extensively into them anymore. Versus when the voice actors do it. Maybe because there's a little bit more passion because they're talking about their own character. I don't know. Is it a time crunch? I don't know because I'm pretty sure that's pre-recorded. So yeah, like I wanted to see the characters in action and a little bit of a semblance of what they can do with certain party comps, but they didn't really show that. It was always just like the traveler or Odette in this case with one of the other characters like Yae or Yae Miko, yep. Mizuki, both Inazuma. So you didn't really get any sort of example of what they can do. So what is making that preview for us outside of shiny Snezhnaya character? If you don't follow the leaks directly, what in that showcase is going to make you want to pull for Odette? Seriously, what in that showcase would make you go, I'm pulling for her? Because here's the thing, like I like the look of her and stuff like that, but it wasn't Lauma. Lauma, when I saw her, I was like, that is gorgeous. She is absolutely stunning. And yes, my eyes were up there. I wasn't looking at her boobs. Also, she was a teammate for Neuvillette, so it was basically like, yes. Playing kits when characters are designed as 25 to 30% full kit by themselves. That's legs. I'm simple. You are a leg man, honey. But the point is, it's just like, I feel like they should have done a better showcasing for the character. They spent more time talking about the Elemental Warfare. And granted, it's a brand new mode coming to the game, but they spent more time on that than they did the characters, the thing that people would potentially spend money on. That's my tip. And the thing is, at the end of the day, I don't necessarily have to pull a debt on either account. Will I struggle if I don't? Maybe. But here's the thing. I'll have access to the Traveler. And it looks like either you can do it right away going to the Statue of the Seven, or it's in the first part of the story where it unlocks. And you get his sword too. You get the fucking sword. So the Traveler out of the gate sounds really promising, and you already have the Traveler. So maybe I don't go for a debt and I just stick with the Traveler for a little bit because Stellar might not be the way at all in Snezhnaya, outside of like few pieces of mechanics and a few shills. So the question is, what am I going to be happier with? No more Umbrella Warfare, I guess. Oh, yeah, we wanted to check Kazuha really quick. Kazu, what is your C1? Decreases it by 10% using... This resets the cooldown. Yeah, it resets the cooldown on it, so technically you can use it twice. But it wasn't... Wait, what does your C1 do, sweetie? No, she automatically just has the 2 tosses of the bombs. Okay. Who else was in that? It was... Oh, I don't think that helps any of F2P. Shit. Well, we don't listen to the AI for Google because that's wrong. Just show me the screenshot. Oh no! I was so much thinking about my main account because I'm like, oh yeah, I have everybody except for what, Clarence, Siegeween, and Linny. That I was like, okay, this is awesome. I didn't stop to think about free to play. It doesn't do a damn thing for free to play outside of Mizuki when I grab her from the selector. So I'll have her C1. But that's it. And then current temper thyself. I think I got everybody that actually mattered. I can't check it because I've already claimed it. So, well, outside of Chi-Chi, I need to level Chi-Chi. But, yeah. For Traveler, they had to wait forever in Natland. Yeah, and then got nothing in Nodcry. True. So give them a lot now makes sense. Pray for cool Liyue hex buffs? Well, that doesn't help either. For free to play. I want to point that out. The only one it might help is Baiju. But Baiju has already been on Temper Thyself. Baiju's the only Liyue character I have. Outside of, like, losing to Chi-Chi. Oh my lord. So, this is the problem with Temper Thyself. Oh my god, this is so bad. This is so bad. Because, like, even with, like, Inazuma, I have Kazuha, but Kazuha isn't a part of it right now, if he ever will be. So, like, I'm stuck waiting till Natland on this account and hopefully getting something for Mualani and Chaska. We're getting 2 Leeway festivals? I know, obviously, Lantern, right? But what else the other thing? Like, so let me ask you guys this, because I've been ranting about like the quality of life stuff, but that was the place to see a bunch of quality of life stuff. Remember how life changing, quote unquote, it felt to witness capturing radiance. That was a huge ass change that none of the other games have. And yet it feels like so little in comparison to the adjustments the other games have had. Also, was it weird that Dawei wasn't a part of the Snezhnaya program? I don't know. Something felt off. It felt really weird. And I remember I just was like sitting there, making sure my codes were written down. I was listening to the music. By the way, the music in Snezhnaya, awesome. I loved it. It actually gave me a little bit of FF8 vibes. But I was sitting there, and after it ended and it didn't do like a sneak preview of something else happening or whatever, I looked at my phone and it was just past 9 o'clock. And I went, I'm pretty sure both Natlands and Nod Cries went to almost an hour and a half. And this was only an hour. And I was like, why did it feel like it was so quick and like cut short? Especially like because my anticipation was high and then it just slowly started to decline. I was getting disappointed with a lot of stuff because either they didn't dwell on it long enough, linger on it long enough, don't want to say dwell, linger on it long enough for me to actually gain a proper opinion, or they lingered too long and it was just like, okay, I get that it's a new thing, but can't we just like experience it? Like, it's great that you're saying that there's different levels of stuff you can do in case you're finding it too difficult. But the way they went about explaining that wasn't like, I can lower the difficulty to make it incredibly easy because I don't play shooters. It was like, no, we can do like intricate puzzles. We can do this. We can do that. It's like, no, that's not decreasing the difficulty of it. So maybe I misunderstood that part of it, but that's the way it came off to me as I was watching it. But overall, what did you guys think of the special program? Moon Chase? Okay. See, that statement right there reminds me of my old FF11 days. So if you never played FF11, Square definitely had a favorite job in that entire fucking game. Because it's the thing that received the most updates and tweaks and everything and became totally OP that everybody had to bandwagon it. And that was Samurai. Samurai was the most damaging DPS in the game. Of course, they were also the most glass cannony because they had to stand in front of the tank in order for something to actually do the massive hit. But that's exactly what it sounds like. It's the favorite child for Genshin is Liyue. Very mid, right? Not bad, but not stellar. All right, +2, Leo, +2. You thought it was a typical special program? Okay, so general consensus, it was fucking mid. For the thing that was showcasing the brand new region was mid and went to everything else that we got after the Nod Cry release. Because the Nod Cry release, we actually... Well, what did we get with Nod Cry? So with Nod Cry, we got the introduction to both Lunar Charge and Lunar Bloom. And more so Lunar Bloom going into Nod Cry, because obviously we had enough of going into it. I don't know, there was just something about the Nodcry one that maybe it was presented a little bit better than the Snezhnaya one, which is really sad to say because Snezhnaya has been built up since 1.0, and I wasn't even playing back then. Now I wish we had the 50-50 stuff ZZZ has. Whether it be the ZZZ version or the Star Rail version, I think they're almost equal. They're almost equal. ZZZ is better because you can cater weapon losses and 4 stars. Or rate up weapons. Excuse me, not weapon losses, but the rate up 4 stars. You can. That's something Genshin needs. As change, so maybe we can get in the next 4 or 5 patches. That's true, actually. That might be where a lot of the hype came from. And it's like, granted, Snezhnaya has the Tsaritsa and the Fatui. But more often than not, especially at the beginning of the game, when you heard about the Fatui, they were just a pain in your ass. And then you got to know some of them. Granted, I'm still not the hugest fan of Tartaglia, but, you know, he at least is on your side. Arlecchino, you root for her, man. I love Arlecchino. And then, you know, finding out that the House of the Hearth, before you met Early, you know, they were Fatui. And it's just like, oh my God, you lied to us. And Linny, Lynette, and Freminet all felt bad about it because they don't want to go against the Traveler. Which is like, huh, they're all not so bad. And then the Capitano was an instant fave NPC, and I'm sad to say NPC. Revive Capitano. I want Capitano. Resident Game Fact Forum. At launch. Like, congrats, happy for you. Oh, I'm all in on the Tsaritsa as well. Probably on both accounts. Honestly, free to play probably needs her way more than my main. Although, if she is kind of like Malvika, where you could do off-field shenanigans with her, it'd be so much fun to actually play her alongside Early. The bums of Nodcry. Nefer Flins, who were they? That's true. I mean, they were in the whole circumstance of this is what they look like. So we totally go on that trailer and see everybody and be like, total pure vibes of what they look like. Do we like their personality? We don't know yet. But like, yeah, Nodcry's big draw was actually having 2 of the witches. I'll count 3. Barbeloth was around too. Barbie was around too. And Varka, specifically Varka. And then you sprinkle in a little bit of Lowen, because Lowen had been talked about not long after seeing Varka. So it's like, oh, we actually get more lore for the Knights of Favonius. So we had people that we were really looking forward to seeing. So I don't know what it is about the reveal, the display, whatever you want to call it, whatever they did for the Shinjaya program, it felt like they did it dirty. Because I didn't feel anything like seeing the other members of the Fatui. Maybe it's my hatred of those members of the Fatui. Maybe I'm being, I'm blanking on the words. I am tired. I gotta spend resin. Oh, wait, what was there something I was doing on free to play other than books? I'm trying to remember. I know my main had Diona's weapon. It's just people who go against the Traveler by the number of kids he's opening up in the House of the Hearth. True. You expected coats? The big fat coats? Had a bunch of snazzy people being Fae themselves. That's true. There were quite a bit of Fae, including the Jack Frosts, which they did mention were Lumi's people. that, you know, shunned her because she wasn't cold, she was rock. Fuck them. Yeah, and I think that'll be interesting, and I believe that's part of the world quest is the stuff with the Fae. So that will be interesting. You got mini skirts again. You know, you think Hoya was run by Roy Mustang. It's all about the mini skirts. Yeah, okay, I don't remember. I honestly can't remember. I want to say there was something, but I can't remember what it is. So Ley Lines goes. Do books this week, do more next, and we'll just keep alternating. There should be a ley line at some point, I imagine.
Heaven's will made mine.
Watch out! The story has only just begun.
Throw them all up. Boom! Yeah.
There's a big fluffy coats, not gonna lie. And one guy that wrestles bears. We do see a big honking bear scratching his back against a tree. And a lot more furry-like creatures, which I'm guessing are a part of the Fae, because you got one that looked like a fox, too. So I guess my interest isn't so much with the Saritsa and the story in Snezhnaya until we actually get into it. So from the trailer itself and for what we saw in the special program, it's the stuff with the Fae. And maybe that has to do with Noi. Maybe that has to do with Noi. Give me my hot Fae man, damn it.
Big on.
Here comes another.
Bring it.
Watch out! Decay! New love!
I didn't realize one died that far over there. Nice. Your opinions, I gotta do what I'm supposed to do. Okay. Well, I hope you get to rest soon. Work days suck. Kevin works too. Have a good Kevin.
I think not. Our little secret.
Watch out! Decay! New...
Jumpy Dumpty Poo! Blazing delight! Boom! Boing boing boom! Huh? Boom!
Leave it to me! The story has only just begun!
Just casually throws the Jumpty Dumpty. All right, where'd my books go? There it is. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Granted, I only watched it once. I didn't do any analyzing of stuff. But Danica has a electro linchpin, huh?
Big on! Bring it!
it's me, a turning point.
Jumpy, jumpy, toe! Ah! Yeah! Da, da, da.
Now,
Stay back! The story has only just begun!
Pew! Ha! Phew!
Okay. I have a question. What died over here? Everything was like right here. So what died over here? I'm so confused.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Okay, game. I hit the thing. Thank you. I mean, at least it does. This does give us a little extra resin, more so than the 20 primos. But that was an oversight thing too when they came out with Temper Thyself. It's like if you missed a few weeks, fine. You know, it gives you, or a few days, I should say, not weeks. You know, a few days, fine, to try to catch up and do whatever, so you can actually get the constellation. But those who actually did just do it straight up, like, you weren't getting anything, and then it was just like, oh, that's kind of an oversight. We should probably do this. And it's only like 20 primos. I'm more interested in the resin than anything else in the primo gems. I don't know what it is. And I wish I had more of a ways to say it, but you know, the other games do this. But the other games do this. Like, why can't Genshin? That's the biggest question. Why can't Genshin do some of this stuff? Even if you didn't want to do the selector in the way of like ZZZ, and we're going to use ZZZ as an example just because you can set you know, the paths for weapons, the 4 stars, because that's the biggest one. Out of all the games, I think Star Rail has the worst of the 4 stars. The 4 stars are absolutely useless for the most part. And ZZZ's kind of headed that way too. I only think of like 2 4 stars that are still used in ZZZ that I'm aware of. If I'm wrong, let me know. And that's Monato and well, not Monato, well, Monato too, but the Panda and Nicole. Those are the only 3 I can think of that people used. And Monato probably not even so anymore because he's a 4 star, so he scales lower than a 5 star, so his DPS is bad.
Where'd that wind come from?
And I forgot to mute Paimon. Let's mute Paimon now. But like, why can't Genshin do that? That's my biggest question. Because like, even if you didn't want to do putting in older 5 stars for the lost pool and fluctuating on that, because they did something that the other games didn't do, and that's adding in something like the Masterless Stellar Fortuna, where I can now take my characters to 95 to 100 should I actually do that. However, it is technically a whale slash 1.0 kind of situation. If you've been playing a very, very long time, or you whaled the hell out of the game, you'll have more opportunities to do that. I have only 2 opportunities to do that, and and I'm only going to guarantee myself once a year to get one of those things. And it's not a huge increase from what I'm seeing on characters to go from the 95 to 100 area. It's more of a prestige thing. It's more of a flex, like, hey, I'm going to have a level 100 Nuvolette. So there is point in, like, keeping those 5 stars, the standard banner ones, the way they are in Genshin. But I think it would be more beneficial to all players if you had access to more characters. Why gacha companies don't offer glow up stuff to 5-star iffy 4 stars? I kind of wish like Genshin would start doing that. I mean, Dan Heng has what, 3 different versions of himself now? I'd love to see some 4 stars to get stat and kit buffs to be on par with 5 stars. I want that. Like, I would love that too. I would love that as well. I would especially love that for Kaya, because I miss using Kaya. It just feels weird, especially now also with what we had been seeing with Alyosha, and that his kit was spectacular upon release for the beta, and then as time went on, he's basically like, yeah, he sure is a 4-star. Why do the 4-star dirty? If you're going to do that, why bother putting the 4 stars in the fucking game at all? Because we also have to stop and think about this too. Like, I'm going to have to see exactly what the kit does. Again, they didn't showcase it very well during the special program. To see if there is benefit to using him instead of someone like, say, Beto. Because again, I don't have Ye. I don't have Ye on either account. So it would have to be Alyosha, Ye, I said Ye. Beto. Those 2 only, because I don't have Sino on this account. Okay, I can't remember Prince 5-star when Khan drops trust. I'm going to trust you on that. I want that. You have no idea how much I want that. That's the other thing too. Like, you got that lore drop specifically in Kaya's hangout and everything. Kaya's hangout and just before leaving Sumeru and everything. Like, he's Conrian. And it's like, can we have more to do with this, please? Can I have another part 2 to Kaya's questline or something? Give him a proper questline. Whew, I am trying to cool down. It's getting humid today. But yeah, the question, the biggest question is why? Like, why can't Genshin get some of the love that the other games had? And the argument that I would see is that both ZZZ and Star Rail are kind of struggling in terms of finance. People aren't swiping as much and stuff like that. So you need it, or they're losing player base. So you have to entice people to come in and play. So they're giving a whole bunch of freebies and whatever, and they're getting older characters buffed. It's like, if you realize that older characters need to be buffed in either of those games and you refuse to see it in Genshin, that was bad. Because look how long it took Genshin to do that for the Hexarai buffs for the characters that came out in 1.0. And obviously adding on to that with Varka and Lowen and stuff like that too. But they got buffed. Klee is fucking amazing. And they're going to keep doing it, which is great, but they're not doing it in a way that's meaningful, in my opinion. I don't mind doing the quest for the homework to unlock it, because sometimes those interactions are fucking funny. Like putting Prune on trial to argue that Klee is not a bad person, that she's not a bad kid. Like, that was actually entertaining as heck. But like, the Nova Flare updates for Star Rail are just there. You can turn them on and off, so you can have the old kit if you want it. But they're just there, versus as ZZZ, and I think ZZZ you have to do a trial just to see the update, not necessarily do a quest. But the quests for the Hexarai are very minimal. I think the longest one was Fischl's, which makes sense. She doesn't know when to shut up. So that's fine. But why are you giving me a banner that has all these updated characters, including a standard character like Chi-Chi, instead of just letting us possibly lose to the character, or maybe even just having a selector so we can choose one of them to ensure that we have something to do the reaction with. Especially, like, here's the thing, like, especially because Chi-Chi is one of those characters. Why couldn't, like, you just do the quest out, like, introducing this, and then just give a free Chi-Chi? Because she's standard banner. After you did the witch's homework for the Hexarai, you could the initial start of that, not individual, but the initial start to it. You had a choice of picking between Sucrose Fischl and Razor. Why didn't the others give you the option to choose Beidou and Diona? Now, granted, this is in its own game. That's not even, like, trying to choose from, you know, updates from the other games to implement into Genshin. This is literally something they did in their own game that was inconsistent. And the question is, why? Why wasn't it consistent? Hell, Mizuki is also standard banner. So in terms of, like, if they gave you a free character upon this introduction to new reactions, now, yeah, more people probably would have chosen Chi-Chi if they didn't have her, because it was the Cryo we needed, or Electro. But just let us choose one of them, because they are standard characters. They are not the limited characters. So yeah, I would have understood not giving Sino or Wriothesley. But instead they created just another Chronicle Wish, which, like, outside of Yae Miko, which is funny, outside of Yae Miko, I don't really think anybody really thought about rolling on it, save for people who already had the character and wanted to max them out. Whether they wanted to C6 Wriothesley or even just grab his C1, grabbing Sino C2 specifically. I was just really, really hoping to hear more quality of life stuff, that they had listened to the players and acknowledged some missteps or just some oversight. I'm not saying that they have to get rid of the Chronicle Wish. Again, the Chronicle Wish is a cash grab. I'm not going to deny that. 100% is. But it could be good on paper somewhere down the road. But you'd think they actually wouldn't want to put their player base in financial ruin, and I'm pretty sure there's laws in frickin' China that prevent something like that. But it's just strange that Genshin's the one that gets this shitty ass way of getting older characters and constellations. Here's the thing, Temper Thyself is not perfect. It's great that we can get whatever the investment may be, C1 minimum to wherever you left off in the constellation bracket. So the fact that I got C2 Sino was actually kind of neat. But it's not perfect. But I also understand, because a lot of those are limited characters at this point, like, not giving them out for free. But then you have moments in, like, Star Rail. You can correct me in what happens with ZZZ. But in Star Rail, we recently got, when the new patch dropped, or new area dropped, we got that special selector that had, specifically, there's 3 characters people I think we're looking at, maybe 4. It had Acheron, it had Venturine, Sparkle, and I think there was one, I think Robin wasn't a part of that. Robin and Huo Huo were something different. I think Argenti was in there. Dan Heng, the first 5-star Dan Heng. And Jin Yuan. So a lot of fan favorite characters, but also ones that were able to be used. Like Sparkle was definitely made a comeback, especially with the update, and I think that's when it updated too for her, where she didn't need full quantum. So she actually just does her thing. at this point, and she doesn't necessarily have to have Quantum with her. But her Tribby and Archer, absolute beast of a party if Archer's built well. So, like, why can't we have something like that? That is almost akin to what that Chronicle Wish was. That current Chronicle Wish, or previous Chronicle Wish. So why couldn't we have something like that? Again, it's just so that we can actually make sure we have a piece of the puzzle that's missing when we go into Snezhnaya. Because maybe we didn't want Sandrone. I know I didn't want Sandrone. But it would be nice. It would have been nice to have Yay. Oh well. I will continue ranting in a moment. I'm just going to flip over to my main. So I'll be right back. Remember to mute Paimon, everybody. And even then, like, we ignore the 5-star character thing because they want to have their banners. That's fine. That's totally fine. They don't want to make it so that we can curate the 4 stars because I know people still need to get 4-star constellations somewhere, and some people will swipe to do that. And that's fine too. But by freaking God, why have you not updated the Paimon's Bargain Shop? This is probably the simplest fix they could do in terms of concept. Programming wise, I would imagine it's fine. But concept wise, this should have been one of the easiest things for them to fix. It's 2 4 stars right now that rotate out, and it's the same 4 stars since I think the inception of the game. You have your starter 3 plus Noelle, Zhang Lang, Fischl, Bennett, Sing Cho, Barbara, Chongyun. I think Chongers is Chongers in here? Beto is. But I want to say it's the same 12 characters. But it just add a few more characters. Like, that's all you have to do. Add some more characters. You have the weapons that alternate. The Blackcliff weapons being slightly more useful than the Royal weapons. If you use either of these, let me know if I'm wrong on how they are, because I don't have any of them. Because they cost 24 glitter, and I would rather spend the glitter on a constellation if I felt I really needed it, or the character themselves if I felt that I really needed it, or the wish. I'm not spending 50 on a frickin' crown. But this was something that could easily have been revamped and fix a little bit of the 4-star problem. Especially on characters like Aino, Yahoda, Itlua. Why did I mention the Nodcry ones? Well, 2 of the 3 of them are actually really solid for the team comps they're in. And I know at higher constellations specifically, it doesn't go toe-to-toe with Columbina, but let me put it this way. If I have to run Zebai, I tend to run Zebai with Columbina, and a C6 Aino runs fine with Flint's. I don't really feel I'm missing out on that much. I know I am, but I don't feel like I am. But it's also Gleam. It is an excellent way to make sure that you can ensure that you have Gleam. But that would have been helpful. Hell, like, How many other free characters? Like, you could just put the free characters in here. So that would be what? Ino, Cole, Lynette, and Kachina. The ones that are given out for free. So you could try to build up their constellations. Because in that regard, that's no different than the starter fucking 3 because you're not putting them on the damn banners. So that's my other question. Why? As to why? Why are the starter 3 characters, Kaya, Lisa, and Amber, not available on banners outside of standard / weapon banner? Because yes, you can get them on the weapon banner. I want a good reason as to why. That makes 0 sense. They are the hardest constellations to get because of that fact. And that you primarily, if you want to use any of those characters, you primarily have to rely on when the Paimon bargains resets for the specific months that those characters run. So riddle me that. There are things that could have been addressed going into Snezhnaya, probably the biggest region people have been expecting. And we got nothing in terms of quality of life in any way, shape, or form. Cool, you updated Tempers Thyself, which we knew you would. We are left wondering why certain characters aren't there. Outside of the Archons. The Archon level stuff, I understand. Being a few regions behind, I understand. But characters like Kazuha and Yelan? Why?
Benny's a
Yes, Benny's adventure team. Unfortunately, I don't think Benny has the answer either.
Adventure team. Assemble.
Every time I type this, I have to stop myself from typing Evercold. All right, 300 Primos got.
Add Astro.
It's just the why. Let me know, chat. And if you're watching VOD later, YouTube. What were some things that you were hoping to see for Snezhnaya? Could be quality of life. It could be like you were hoping to see a little tidbit of something that didn't get shown. Like, we got teased with a little bit of Noi, and it's like, I do want to see more of this, man. Obviously, they can't spoil story, and I get that. I get that. But it doesn't mean we weren't wanting to see a little bit more. Okay, I guess I have to change to Nube. That's okay. Kind of wondering why Farina's half dead, but everybody else is fine. I don't remember her getting hit by anything, so...
Another rude.
Show no mercy.
Help me, I can still. Let me try.
Whee! Ugh. Probably have to turn the AC on when I get up to go make some lunch. It's feeling kind of gross in here right now. I know there's probably other quality of life stuff that I'm overlooking. And yes, I didn't mention the skip button because they... I don't even know what happened to the current thing that they were supposed to implement. Because it felt like it wasn't working in some spots, where it's basically supposed to make it so that you could skip through the dialogue without the cutscene interrupting it, basically. So there's like these long pauses while it transitions. I don't know what happened with this. But clearly that's not even as close to a skip button. But again, it does leave the question to why. Why do the other two games have skip buttons? And ways to actually recap the story so when you do skip it, you can look at it and go, okay, that's what happened. But Genshin doesn't.
You two! Time to end them! Go, Lumi! Coming in hot! Shine like a gemstone!
Let the mighty be humbled.
I am guessing I only hit the one guy, and that's why I didn't have so many balls, like, littered about. So I guess ultimately, because I have played Star Rail for over a year now, in addition to just watching my husband play ZZZ and seeing the different quality of life stuff. Now, obviously, not every game is the same and needs the same quality of life because they play different. But a lot of the time, from what I'm complaining about, the mechanics are there in all three games. The shop, the wish, skip button, all of them have stories. So why do the others have something like that, but Genshin doesn't? And you could put that in the reverse too. Genshin has the Chronicle Wish. Why wasn't the Chronicle Wish implemented instead of what they got, which is, you know, the selectors? Why don't they have capturing radiance?
Huh.
These are just, this is the whys I want to know. Because what makes, I don't care that it's the one company, different dev teams. The question is why? To the average player, it's all under the same umbrella. So why? Pff. Hello? There we go. I guess the only other why I would like to know is why can't Miliastra be a separate thing? The game is already big enough. It's already large enough to the point where it's taking up most of my console's space. So why can't Miliastra just be a separate thing to cut that down? Like, if we want to play Miliastra, fine. Well, you miss out on some primos because they do events in it. It's like 20 primos. Let's not pretend it's something crazy. But I shouldn't have to opt into it automatically. I should be able to opt out of it and not have it in my downloads. I do understand that people are having fun with it, and some people have created some pretty funny things. Like somebody, what's it called? Like, I'm gonna say Mecha, and I know that's wrong, but it's like Mecha Chameleon or something like that. Basically, a hide and seek game. Somebody actually recreated that in Miliastra, and that's actually fun. You know, it's kind of crazy what people have done with Genshin's assets. But I'm not one of the craftspeople. I personally don't want to do that, and I should be able to have a say in what gets taken up on my console. That's my only why when it comes to that. Like, why can't I opt out of that? Let it be a separate download, and if I don't want it, I tell it no. also don't get me wrong, like that, because that would be the catch-22, right? I use the dummy all the time. So yes, I would have to tell it, you know, that I would want it because I want to test out the dummy and test out my characters. But if push came to shove and I was really running out of space on my PlayStation and it's because of Milliastra, I would tell it, hey, no, I don't want Milliastra put in. Also, I want to point out to Hoyo, not that they're going to hear this at all, but like in one of the last events we had where I was like, well, this is just kind of stupid. I don't care how fast it is. It just feels kind of meh. And the first thing that popped into my head was this was freaking Milliastra Wonderland. This was a minigame created inside Milliastra. And if all you're fucking doing is taking the craftspeople's work and then changing the face on it to implement it into a game's events, that's kind of lazy on you.
Bow your head.
Get to work. Go, Lumi. Like it or look.
Picked the wrong test subject.
It's kind of lazy. I am actually well ahead of myself. I thought it was much later. That's what I get for eating breakfast at like 5:30 this morning. But again, chat, let me know your whys. Like, what's the biggest why question that you have for Genshin? And you could even come down and say, like, why the kind of retconning of the story? Like, why add in the whole spaceship thing? Because that's not how the story was presented to us at the start. So it kind of comes out of left field in that regard. So why go in that direction for the story? That's a good question, too. Oh, bullshit. I hit it the second time. Okay, but the meteor isn't a spaceship. I don't know. The spaceship thing just came out of left field to me. Give me that. But it's beta, it apparently is clear we arrived in a spaceship. Oh, really?
You
Settle down. It's a sci-fi game masquerading as a Breath of the Wild clone. Okay. Main was, I know I was doing stuff with Diona. Wait, I can get you to 70? Why didn't I do that yesterday? What?
I can't.
Yeah, and I need 2 more to get you to 80, so I'm gonna do that. But that was was it just because I didn't want to, I don't know. I can't even finish that sentence. I don't even know why I didn't ascend her. Also, my other why would be like, why is Arlie running in the first half, like, and so quickly? Why can't you give me some time to farm primos like I did for Newbie?
Overrule. Let's light it up. Teamwork is show no mercy. See,
That's
lying
just a
is
personal
fun.
why.
A little emo-
Got 3, that's a nothing. Okay, so she's level 80. I mean, this is gonna take, I can do it, but I'm definitely gonna have to save just to see if I need stuff for Odette. And we actually need to go get Calla Lilies. Electro, you say? The Gleam is thinking.
Animal hypostate.
Be silent.
Can't run from death.
We're like, you can't run from Flynn's, and that's all I need. Alright. Sakbo's done. Diona's technically done for now. I know I need to do stuff for Beto. Oh, well, that's a question. Oh, I can craft those. I just haven't done it. Okay, that can get done. That's fine. You... Nope, that's the other account. That's why that's funny. Alright. So we just need 12 of those for her. What am I missing on you, Diona? Oh, your homework. Okay, that's... Alright, that's fine. Let's go and do this so it doesn't yell at me.
So you can't.
Precisely. It's already too deeply intertwined with your fate.
See, like, I'm
Imagine your
clicking the button
destiny
here,
is a
but it's not
tree.
activating for
It's
this.
been helping you absorb sunlight and dew this whole time. If you cut it off,
So I am really confused about the implementation of
all right. And
the
now,
the
just
fast
like I
forward,
told
we'll
you,
call it. That's a skip, but the fast
don't
forward.
Oh, but since she's so good at it, her advice could prove really helpful. I have to choose my card carefully. Huh? Traveler? Paimon?
True to form. Here you are at just the. Now, seeing as you're here.
Oh, the Traveler? Paimon? Come over here for... Huh, looking for new ingredients, of course. My previous approach. Well. Exactly. And it's all thanks to that guy from the Fontaine Research Institute. Well, when I got there, Mr. Henri let me try a few bottles of the new Fanta flavors.
I
Mr. Henri
feel
doesn't
like
smell
they
of alcohol
just
at all.
completely forgot about the
He
whole
just
thing that the
but
Oceanid
he
told her
heard
about her
that this
gift.
weird fortune
It
teller
doesn't
who
matter
showed
what
up
she's gonna
recently near the
put
court of
into the
Fontaine
drink, it's
babies
always
to
going to
get
taste
drunk.
delicious.
So I came here before I could ask.
But even if you mysticism,
Oh, are you telling me
I
nothing can
feel
be
like they
changed?
keep over like
what's the-
forgetting
by
about
drawing
it.
may
And I don't
seem-
care that it's an event. They
You're
reference
not
a
just
lot of
humoring
events.
me, are you? Traveler, what do you think? All right, if you say so. Then I'll take one.
Now, granted, this could also be like a child's naivety trying to make it so that she can fix her dad.
All right.
Oh my, how strange. It's no longer a shoot.
What are you saying?
If we judge, which means you've.
That doesn't sound.
But mixing.
The answer is to teach those old.
You're certainly. Through divination, you might find it more. Perhaps that was true before.
You mean that? But it is just a card.
Of course not that. I'm talking.
My heart hasn't changed at all. How much is the divin?
Oh my. Mondstadt.
And thank you for helping me out, traveler. No matter the trouble, Paimon and the trek, but it's a deal.
By the way, if you have any more.
Mona?
She's. Just tell her you've brought a prophet. Don't worry.
Come to think of it, is it Mona?
Alright. She is all set. Alright, I think what we'll do is we'll work on Beto. And then we'll have them at 80, and then we'll just go back to doing whatchamacallits.
Shaken and stirred. Stay on us.
Get back!
Go back to doing ley lines.
Think you can bully me?
Nothing is lining up.
Can't handle your drink.
Can you change off to Diona? Thank you.
Look at you, Boomtown. Can't handle your drink.
Get back!
Shaken and stirred. Think you can bully me? Look at you, Boomtown.
Yay. Alright, we need electrohypostasis. Hello? Where is it? Thank you. Honestly, thought Escofia's thing killed it.
Overruled. Get to work. Sha! Sha! Ha! Ch- ch- yeah. Huh. Ch- Ch- Off to the freezer. Ah! Yeah.
Lowen might actually kill that faster. Doesn't really matter. I don't have enough to fight it again anyway. Well, that's not true. That's not true. Give me a second. Oh, you know what? Let's do that now then anyway. Meh, 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 meh. Ah, my eye. Yeah.
Add Astra.
Oh, it's lunchtime.
Thank you for
I bamboozled myself. Alright, so I can now fight it 2 more times. And we need 12 in total, right? Where's Beto? And I can fight it 2 more times.
I'm always ready.
So I should have enough to ascend Beto after. That's what we want to see.
Huh? Fulfill our pact.
Watch out! A turning point in fate! Let's fight!
Fence.
Such defi-
Show no mercy.
Tremble! I won't judge. Bet you weren't ready for this. The story has only just begun! Like lambs to the slaughter. Leave none standing.
Okay, so both on him and Arlecchino that can get scuffed. Nice, alright. EM with ER. Like, it has EM and ER, but those subs are really bad. Okay, we hold on to that. That's the other thing I'm going to, especially on my main, I'm going to have to start looking at. Because I definitely have more options on my main to even utilize instructor. Alright, you had everything else, right, Beto? Awesome. And I have plenty of those, so I know I can level Alyosha. Alright. Oh yeah. Let's do her weapon as well. Oh, been a long time coming to ascend that. Alright. So then there's talents, and we'll worry about talents. Well, we can level talents for where they can go right now, and then we'll worry about capping them out later. I just don't want to be so far behind in Mora that when Snezhnaya drops that, like, I'm in the absolute freaking poorhouse. Okay, this is already level 6. Okay, now you're level 6. So let's... Can we at least get them to 8? Okay, so this is where we're wanting to go. And that's all I can do. Looks like that's all I can do for Beto, unfortunately. Alright, we're doing that just so I know that they're at 7. They're both at 7, that's as far as I can go. And we still need guides to gold. Alright, Diona. I need arrowheads? I need the base arrowheads? Oh dear lord. I can only craft 26 of these. I need to go find Charles. Oh, this is terrible. Ah, you were the one that wanted Tartaglia. I can only craft 3. Okay. That's where it's gonna have to sit for now. But the good news is that I at least have drops from Tartaglia for her, so I don't need to worry about that. But holy, okay. And then Freedom is Thursday, Sunday, and Monday. So I'll keep that in mind, but at the same time, we're not going to worry about it too terribly much until I decide what team comp I'm going to want. Although I might need her for the theater. I don't know. She can go on tenacity. That's not an issue. And she can just snake Zhongli's stuff if necessary. Or Barbara. Barbara apparently has some okay things. But she can go on that. Beto, I was going to do the conduct set for her, but she can stay on Emblem if necessary. Like, that's fine. I mean, that has high ER. Question, what's on Jinyan? Methinks these were Beto's old stuff. Because it's the same amount of pieces I think that Beto's missing. Yeah, I think that's what it was, actually. Ah, yes. I have nothing in the good way of goblets, like, at all. And then you have to have an onset sans. So at that point, she would just need, like, to take it from Raiden or something. We'll see. But that's all done. So the good news is that we did get quite a bit of work done on those two. But the bad news is that I kinda need to really do ley lines. Down to 300 books and down to 4.7 mil. So, ley lines ahoy. And we got 2 standard pulleys, so let's go and do them. $57. No, just 2 blues. Getting closer to the 5-star though, so hopefully we'll see a good weapon like the Atlas. And what are we at now for 81, 85, 88? 88 pulls. Not bad. Like I said though, we're gonna have to...
really is the place to be. Can't wait to get my...
Definitely gonna have to try to finagle some stuff just because Arlecchino is running right at the start. But she was the one I wanted to invest in, so we'll make it happen. We'll make it work. Just like I said, at least I want to get her C2. I at least want her C2. In terms of other reruns, Varka is up there. Because I would really like Varka. But I also know I do need Varka's weapon. However, I do have Malvika's weapon, so I could just throw that on him. Was there anything else I wanted to check before I logged off for Star Rail and lunch? I don't necessarily think there was. Oh, actually, yeah.
Hands on some map.
Is that before or after the res?
Cider.
Hang on, I gotta remove Durin really quick.
I've been waiting for you for.
That was after, so it's plus 300 after the prior res, roughly. Okay. No, yeah, I'm gonna have to actually redo her talent books, I think. Right? 10, yeah. I'm gonna have to re-get her talent books if I get the stuff to crown her. Because I used them on Eat Lua. So why was I checking that? Because one, I wanted to make sure that the calculation for the resonance was going off prior going into combat.
I'll be right behind you.
Because for some reason, cryo resonance doesn't. So, like, to show, like, the crit rate and stuff like that. Because I think there's something that needs to trigger in combat, whatever. But I wanted to make sure about that to see how high Nicole's attack was. Because you can see she's at 3,800 on Flowing Purity. So with that being said, she probably would hit 4,000 going into combat. So prior to her using her skill and stuff. If I had the Atlas. Well, I'm going to go check what that noise was. That was a very weird noise. So I'll be back with food and Star Rail. So hang tight. chat. Sorry for the delay. You play a full game of Elemental Warfare Breath of the Wild game, gotcha or not? Yeah, I can see you doing that, actually. Don't be surprised if I ask you to help me with those sections in the game. Oh, ow. Oh, my knee is not good today. It's not. Honestly, I should change this to something else. Oh, I have none of these? Well, damn, alright. we should do that, alright. Start getting some more of those. Still on the lookout for that orb. It's like the only piece that really needs to change on her right now.
How should we take it down? It's your call.
A will of metal.
A day of peaceful.
There's strength in number.
Stargate online. Initiating route clearance.
Earth shatters, heaven trembles.
Time to light up the cosmic night.
Swarm passing through.
Set forth! Lead us starward!
Start with a single step.
We are the Trailblaze!
Execute judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Adjusting organic biomass.
Execute judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Adjusting organic biomass.
Execute judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Collection. Initiating investigation.
Riding the west wind. Away we go!
Drive toward new dawn!
Adjusting organic biomass.
Soaring above the lands. This is permanent.
Go, go, go!
Toward distant horizons!
Adjusting organic biomass.
We are the Trailblaze!
Execute judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Sequencing. Initiating investigation.
Light up the cosmic night.
Adjusting organic
Lead us
biomass.
starward!
Execute judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Adjusting organic biomass.
Light up the cosmic night.
Collection. Initiating investigation.
Execute judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Adjusting organic
I'll
biomass.
safeguard your path!
It's of no consequence.
We are the Trailblaze!
Execute judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Adjusting organic biomass.
Light up the cosmic night.
Sequencing. Initiating investigation.
Judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Adjusting organic
Lead us
biomass.
starward!
Light up the cosmic night.
Adjusting organic biomass.
Execute judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Collection. Initiating investigation.
We are the Trailblaze!
Execute judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Adjusting organic biomass.
Execute judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Adjusting organic biomass.
Execute judgment.
Light up the cosmic night.
Sequencing reorganized.
Damn it. Attack with just speed. Nothing. Absolute nothing. If this had double crit, I would test it out, but it only has crit rate, so I'm not gonna bother. Wow, that was a butt ton of shit. Absolutely nothing. I would like to actually go back and like finish out Archer. All right, we hit 30, which means I have the light cone, but I'm gonna hold off on grabbing that because I don't know which one I'm going to grab at this moment in time. Let's see. I guess what we'll do right now is Currency Wars, and then after Currency Wars, I'll go into Divergent, because I think I can get the next level and get the 120 Jade. Let me go back and check. I think I was one level off of that. Yeah. So yeah, we'll do Currency Wars first while I eat, and then I'll go and get that, so we'll actually have a few pulls towards Rin. Come on, Peppy. Saying 2-star 5 cost that can be deployed after 19 nodes. Refrigerating combat deployed. Okay. Follow-up skill point. Peppy. 2-star characters may appear in the store. When attaining investment strategy gained. Well, I guess we're doing this. Not a great start. Xianzhou and a demigod. We're gonna have to see what we get. I don't really want to do Holy Grail again because I've done that twice already, but it's kind of fun. So we're gonna grab Ren, just in case. Just in case I decide to do that.
I always deliver.
Okay. 10 XP is good. Oh, here's something I haven't had. In this match, your encounter nodes will only consist of the lowest and highest difficulties. Obtain 10 squad HP, and max HP, obtain gold coins. Alright, let's try that. We'll try that. This is going to be interesting, to say the least. I think this is where Herta might actually be helpful. I know I need a sustain. I know I need a sustain. Nobody wants feet. We're gonna hold on to that. And the festivities. And Wolf Hunt. I think, honestly, changing this to a blue one is better. Yeah. Well, let's see how bad this goes, because I don't have a sustain right now.
Don't let me down. Who's the little backstabber? I always deliver. Self-inflicted misery. Time to twirl! Hey! Who's the little backstabber? Riding the west wind? Away we go! Time to twirl! Don't let me down. Self-inflicted misery. Time to twirl! Mission failed. Protect me! Protect me!
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Blast off! Riding the west wind? Away we go! Time to twirl!
Who's the little backstabber? I always deliver. Self-inflicted misery. Time to twirl! Who's the little backstabber?
Riding the west wind? Away we go! Time to twirl!
Underestimate me?
Give me strength!
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Don't let me down. Self-inflicted misery.
I shall banish you from this world.
I always deliver. Who's the little backstabber?
Fury of the dead!
Protect me!
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Riding the west wind, away we go! Time to twirl! Time to twirl! This big diamond, it's all yours! Go, go, go! Time to twirl!
Let greed devour all!
Give me strength!
I can endure absolutely cannot let you touch this place.
Someone your own, get them!
It's not devour offspring. Fight for me.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Time to twirl!
Let blood be paint.
I'm actually really surprised they lost.
I always deliver. Who's the little backstabber?
Time to twirl!
Self-inflicted misery.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Transform! Removed! Give me strength!
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Time to twirl!
Don't let me down.
Time to twirl!
Who's the little backstabber? Time to twirl! Riding the west wind, away we go! Time to twirl! I always deliver.
Time stretch.
Transform! Time to twirl!
Bring the fear. See you next time.
Time to twirl! The price of wishes.
Not good.
Who's the little backstabber? Time to twirl! Riding the west wind, away we go! Time to twirl! Protect me! Protect me!
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all.
Go, go, go!
Time stretch.
Self-inflicted misery. Time to twirl!
Damage.
Blast off!
Not good. Kill.
I didn't get a single character I was looking for. And I didn't realize I didn't have Herta.
Don't let me down.
Surrender. Me. Underestimate me. Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Who's the little backstabber? Time to twirl! Self-inflicted misery. Time to twirl! Who's the little backstabber?
Underestimate me.
Time to twirl! Blast off!
Interesting.
Time to twirl!
Make me.
Low battery.
I know what it is. That might be why you are not as hyped for 7.0 than usual. It's the snow region. We have snow. It isn't fun. I mean, it could be. It could be. Ah! Ah! Alright, now we just need to find a battery for Welt.
Don't let me down.
Although Welt might actually just get replaced with Archer if we get him, so... I thought you didn't want to do Holy Grail. I just want to see the different things that I can get from the Holy Grail. Why no batteries? Riddle me that. Why no battery? But Can I get a Gilgamesh? Thank you. Sparkle's staying the way she is for right now. Honestly, I'll save the... Yeah, I'll save the projector for Rin.
I always deliver.
You're all in on it.
Ow!
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Riding the west wind, away we go!
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Actually, he got that fairly quick.
Self-inflicted misery. I failed.
Well, what the fuck did you do, man? Well, that's just not nice. Rather see if I can get Jade than Huobo. So let's go Jade. Obviously Gilgamesh. And now I need Ren, so... I guess we just remove Sparkle. I know, like, I want her for Archer, but... But that's on the assumption we can find Archer too. Like, bah.
I always deliver.
I'm fine.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Riding the west wind, away we go!
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
You know, I think I know what I realize. What I don't like about the line read for
Who's the
his
little
ultimate is the pacing of it.
Self-inflicted misery.
It feels like he finishes the sentence too quickly. $12 coins sounds pretty good. AoE and Jade. It would give you a free Jade. Eh, why not? Oh, there's Saber. Damn. Shop is not being kind.
I always deliver.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Riding the west wind, away we go!
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Ah. It's the first time the greed hasn't paid off, man. Okay, 2 more Jades. That's not bad. Who are we gonna throw in here if I can't find Archer? I have no idea. It's all gonna depend on who I can pick up in the
Don't
shop.
let me down.
Since I ran out of space and had to get rid of Sparkle.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Riding the west wind, away we go!
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
the little backstabber. Self-inflicted misery.
Stand down.
You basicked? Really?
Don't stop me.
Give me strength. Accept the penalty.
I'm fine.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Fighting the West Wind. Away we go! Sufficient power.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
I don't think Saredra is really going to do anything, but like she's like my only option right now.
I always deliver.
Charging up!
Nothing like a casual 10 million damage out of the gate.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Riding the West Wind. Away we go!
Step onto the board. Self-inflicted misery. Who's the little bastard?
That did like nothing to him.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
So like the way he says it, when he says there is no other choice, it is read pretty much perfectly in my opinion. It's the initial survive or be destroyed that sounds awkward, but it also sounds too quick for the pacing of the animation. That's just my opinion. Alright, we'll take Saredra for now. Actually, I don't think Saredra was doing anything, so we'll take Young Lee instead. Because she's right there. So why not? Alright, one more Jade. Can we get Jade? I also need one more Gilgamesh. Not what I was expecting, but okay.
All right, well. Okay, we got Hua Hua. There's Jade. There's Gilgamesh. 3% chance. Can we see Archer? Black Swan. I think that was Firefly. So, no, we did not see him before this, so we can't pick him up if we do, unless I sell Yun Li, which is fine. And we see Cyrene instead. So this is the first time that I've done Holy Grail and have not gotten Archer. How? How do you... I'll give you the charging sail, but how did you not get the freaking engine? Take it away, Pom Pom.
I always deliver.
Insufficient clean power!
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Descend to Earth!
Do not disturb! System damage!
They are doing no damage.
System damage!
Yes, you!
Fiends or devils! I'll crush them all!
Riding the west wind!
Away we go!
System damage!
Cleave through clouds!
Eliminate pain!
Self-inflicted misery.
Do not disturb!
Descend to Earth!
Cleaning begins!
Yes, you!
Don't bother me! Do not disturb! Sweep away pain together!
Right on time!
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Yeah, I'm falling in love with that stupid energy battery thing for health. Well, it was almost dead.
Yes, you!
I'll do a thorough cleaning! Won't stop working! Insufficient cleaning power!
Really, Gilgamesh? 1%?
Eliminate pain! Mark all kills!
Ow.
Right on time!
Cleaning begins!
Oh, well,
Yes,
well.
Fiends or devils! I'll crush them all!
He's so squishy. Thank you for hitting Trivy.
Riding the west wind! Away we go! Cleave through clouds!
Who's the little backstabber?
Do not disturb! Do not disturb!
I argue, where did the health go? I don't think I should have done that much damage, but okay. Dang, Saber. Okay, now we can grab those. And we're gonna go do a quick run in Divergent Universe. Yeah, we'll keep the Archer team. That's fine. That's fine, since I didn't get to use them in Currency Wars. I don't think I've ever had the 2 masks.
Riding the west wind, away we go!
Senzum!
Can you find the answer?
Well, that was absolutely pointless.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Yeah, but already? Ugh. Oh, that's a tough call. I'm gonna have to go to the elite only because I don't think I have much money at the moment.
厄介な相手だ。油断するな。
Okay. Ow! I don't know if you heard that. That was my wrist. Ow.
No need to hesitate.
Watch
Your
this.
judgment brought you this far.
There's strength in numbers!
ブロークンファンタズム
What he said.
Earth shatters, heaven trembles.
Riding the west wind, away we go!
戦前 Unlimited Blade Works Let's go
That was quick. Pew, 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 pew.
ブロークンファンタズム My purpose is to protect. Mountains roar, dragons rise!
Rawr.
断水 Soaring above the lands.
I'm
This
confused. Why
is
did you use
permanence!
it?
戦前カラドボルグ逃げ場はないどこに行く
Dragons.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Can you find the answer?
I am so confused. Why are you not bringing up Archer?
Earth shatters, heaven
It's not
trembles.
like you don't have the skill
カラドボルグ
points.
Unlimited Blade works
Or were they out? I don't think they were out of skill points. I don't think they were. Flatbread. I like obtaining wealth. Alright, at least it wasn't the booby prize. Thank you, delicious flatbread. Oh, this is the store, actually. It's only level 1, so we don't get Ruan May, but that's fine. Anything I haven't seen yet? No. Oh. That's right, little dude. Mer. I apparently only have the one elite in the deck. Okay. Okay.
厄介な相手だ。油断するな。ブロークンファンタズム。
Oh wow!
I'll stand
They
in
didn't
their
die.
way. Earth shatters, heaven trembles. Soaring above the lands. This is permanence!
戦前
Go, go,
断水
Sparkle, you had skill points. Why are you not advancing Archer?
カラドボルグヒュッハッ Unlimited Blade Works 戦前 断水
Riding the west wind. Away we go. Feeling spiffy?
There you
カラド
go.
ボルグどこに行くはっはっ
Eh. That spot on my back really itches. Nah. Ugh. That was a lot of stuff.
No need to hesitate.
Watch
Your
this.
judgment brought you this far.
Strength in number.
ブロークンファンタズム
Mountains roar, dragons
I chose something that was going to kill me.
You find the answer. Go, go, go.
戦前
Soaring above the lands. This is permanence!
断水
Earth shatters, heaven trembles.
カラドボルグ Unlimited Blade Works 戦前ヒュッタッ Unlimited Blade Works
Oh. That did not give me back skill points. Okay. Four wealth, yay! Yamba.
なかなかの収穫じゃないか
Alright, got a 2-1, 2-star. Losing a blessing gains 50 fragments, okay. And more elation.
君ファンタズム
Mountains roar, dragons rise!
Okay, why is the AI being done with Sparkle?
Unlimited Blade Works 戦前カラドボルグ逃げ場はないはっ
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
断水戦前
Low battery transform. Seal removed. Feeling spiffy?
からった逃げ場はない Unlimited Blade Works
Oh, the price of wishes.
Hey!
I honestly don't think this is going to matter. I think this is just leading me to the boss right after this, right? Yeah. Absolutely made zero difference. Might as well buy it out. Why not? Thanks, Screwy.
A
will of metal and...
Watch this. There's strength in numbers.
Broken Phantasm
Earth shatters, heaven trembles!
Riding the west wind, away we go!
戦前
Can you find the answer?
Mountains roar, dragons rise! Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Go, go, go! Don't move.
カラドボルグた逃げ場はない
Nice shot, Archer.
どこに行く
Got the 120 jade. Oh, we got something else here too. Ooh, we got an extra 50 jade. Love that. So when's the next jade on here? It's not for a while. Yeah, it's like 2 weeks worth, 3 weeks worth of stuff, actually. Right? One, because it usually goes up by 3. 1, 2, yeah, it's in 3. But it caps out at 60. So I just gotta remember, like, maybe not do it on Monday, but at least once a week somewhere we come in here just to fill this out. Oh, yeah, this is just the light cone. I was like, why is that lit? It's just the light cone. Alright, we are at 0 pity on here, so we'll just warp. Yeah, it's not gonna be anything. And we are at 60 pity, I think. Somewhere in here. $50, $60, $64. So we're at 65. $66, $67, $68, $69. Nope. Nope. All right. So we'll be at 70 pity next time we can roll. Which, I mean, I'll have it Monday, but yeah. Going a little deep there. And I'm honestly unsure. Like, we had this discussion earlier this week, right? About, like, spending and how it feels and stuff like that. Honestly, this I probably would pick up just because of the fuel. And that's really the only reason I picked those up. This is only $1. It's this. Like, it sounds good, and I normally would pick these up for the tenors and stuff like that. But with Snezhnaya literally like 2 weeks away, and Arlecchino being on that first half, I kind of don't want to drop the money on it. And these are login things, right? So that would give me... what, another 2 wishes right there? That is not what I said, phone. Nope, that's also not what I said, phone. That's not what I meant, anyway. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yes, phone. Yes. Yes, PayPal. I know. I still honestly, and the other thing I would like to pick up at some point is Sparksy's outfit. Because I actually do like it more than her normal one, but regardless. Alright. So we probably have like another 3 pulls here, and then plus the subsequent login ones for the things I bought. But again, that's kind of the extent that I'm willing to actually drop on this game. So let's put me at 70. So 71. Nope. And for what we got, 72. Nope. Oh, I guess we wait, guys. I guess we gotta wait. And that's alright. Because we'll have what? We'll have 3 pulls for the login. So that's 3 out of the 4 days. Plus whatever I get for... for logging in itself with the Express Pass. So that'll be another wish there. And then we'll have... what do we get? Hang on. That's it. 4. The jade from this is so freaking weird. It's 225, so that's just another pull. So that's 5 pulls. And then... Pure Fiction? It is Pure Fiction. So let me... This is all assuming I can clear Starward, too. So 48. So that's 480. I almost tried to scroll down with my phone, my mouse. So it's 900 jade in total. So supposing I can do Starward, I can clear Starward, we might be able to see the 50-50 on Monday. And as I mentioned, I probably will still just keep pulling on Rin throughout the rest of the patch. Just because I think she'd be the better investment than going vertical on Anaxa. Especially because right now Himiko has to use Anaxa's light cone. But as we were talking about the other day, with when is the, like, are gacha games just being a little too much? At what point do we just say no to it and just push our plates away and whatnot? How much are you willing to spend after you've been kind of treated poorly by it? And by that, I mean, like, you know, your luck has just been really bad and stuff like that. It doesn't feel good to, like, do what the game wants you to do, which is spend money. And then you spend the money and you get jack shit for it. It doesn't feel great. And Star Rail, unfortunately for me, out of the 2 games that I play from Hoyo, just gacha themselves, actually. It's the one that I feel icky spending the money on, because a character should not just be absolute garbage after a year upon release. Also, wanting to point out here, because I still don't understand what the fuck, this APOC shadow is messed up. Because Nikador in the middle, that even has a remembrance buff. So you should be able to run Castris, absolutely no problem. Castris' team feels like shit. And I by no means have a shit build on them. They're usually the ones that can just carry me through half the time. And now it's Elation and Himiko, because they're the new things. But the fact that the buff for Remembrance feels like it does nothing. Like, the words are there, but the buff is not. Like, that's how bad the buff is. And it's things like that that make me not want to, like, buy into the stuff in the game. And that includes even the Battle Pass and the Express Pass, even though I know those are probably the best bang for my buck as it is on Genshin and whatnot. But I will, outside of possibly getting a skin, because that's how you have to get it, you can't just outright buy the skin, I will never top up in Star Rail. Ever. Those little things that's like the 2 things that I just purchased, yeah, because they're not that expensive. And as I pointed out, yes, I do get the pulls in one of them, but I'm actually doing it for the stamina, because I like building my characters. I don't like the fact that I, like, these things here. Like, it feels like I'm getting absolutely nothing when I do it, because I just need so many of them, and for so many characters. Let alone actually going and trying to get these things and getting jack crap. So honestly, I don't know. I don't know the fate for Star Rail for me, if I'm being honest. Like, I have fun sitting there doing Currency Wars right now, but some of the changes they've been making, like actually throwing in the SP versions and then putting the normal versions as advisors, you've already taken away 1 sustain with Gallagher. I don't even know why you put Gallagher, like, in the advisor role when he doesn't have an SP version. Like, replacing the normals with the SP is either do one of 2 things. Give us the option to flip between the 2, or just leave it the SP and normal versions that are getting split like that, and letting characters like Gallagher be, because you took away a freaking sustain. So unless you're actually wanting us to brute force things and using items to sustain, or even I think it's Galactic Scholar or Cosmic Scholar that can do the healing a little bit. It has to be like level 3 or something, but I think it can. That just seems unclear. But outside of that, I've still been having fun with Currency Wars. I'm waiting to see what the next part of the story is going to be, because I just really couldn't get into the stuff for Arcadia. I just can't. I do plan on going through the Fate stuff at some point, because I believe I've seen the Chrysosairs somewhere in there, and some of the clips I've seen with Phynon and Castris. So I'm like, I need to see if that's an actual thing or if that's somebody editing it. Because if it's editing it, it's very good editing and it's funny. So I'll do the Fate stuff at some point. But like, none of the events have really piqued my interest. And unlike Genshin, where it's like, oh, I gotta go do the dancing thing again, but the Melusines are cute. I'll see the Melusines. I do question why it has to be co-opt. I don't get the point of it being co-op, but whatever. But I'll just go in and do it because it's fast. Nothing in the Star Rail ones have really caught my interest. Even back in Emporius, I didn't really like some of them. The little restaurant thing was cute. I got into that after a little while. Also, Anaxa creating the giant pumpkins. He's my man. He's my man. But I don't know what it is about, well, outside of the power creep stuff. Like, that has nothing to do with the story. But I'll also point out when we had to fight Iron Tomb, I actually had to lower the difficulty to defeat Iron Tomb. And part of that is, yes, I play the game on auto. So certain tactics I should know in terms of the mechanics of the game, I don't. Because I just let the game play itself. But that leaves me asking this again into the why. If I'm allowed to play the game in auto no matter what, like anywhere else, why can't I do that for the story? Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Why can't I set it to auto for the story? Something's caught on the side of my cup. I don't know what it is. Do I think I'll give up Star Rail? Not currently, but it is a dang near thing. Like, I go into it specifically for lunchtime because I like being able to have my lunch at a good time and not be like, oh, well, I'll eat after stream when I'm supposed to have dinner in like 2 hours. But I am concerned about the well-being of Star Rail. Like, we talked about the quality of life stuff that the game has had to offer, like being able to skip story, being able to, you know, get older characters, buffed older characters and everything. But even with all of the quote-unquote nice things, plus the bonus things that you can pick up, Genshin I don't think has ever done those bonuses since I've been playing anyway. I would love to actually have like a cheap $5 thing that like would grant you fragile resins as well as a couple pulls. That would be amazing. But I don't think I've ever seen Genshin do that. Does it amount to anything really on Star Rail? Not really, outside of doing what the things are capable of, which are, you know, refreshing your resin and just making sure you have a couple extra pulls for something or other. Whether it be current banner or later. I would love something like that for Genshin. And it still baffles me as to why certain things are the way they are. But at the same time, I've given my theory on it, and that's just that Genshin is doing okay. It might not make bank every banner. Of course it's not going to do that. But it feels like Star Rail has gone way down south in comparison to Genshin. Like, Genshin can still, you know, have its head above water despite having a bad sale on a banner. Like, I'm curious to see once Snezhnaya comes out what the final numbers were for Sandrone. Because let's keep in mind, Ineffa's numbers weren't that great going into Nodcry because people were saving for Nodcry. And unfortunately for Sandrone, you know, people were probably saving for Snezhnaya. But also, unlike things like Star Rail, for an example, with all the endgame modes that it has, with now Starward mode being a thing for every single one of them, the shill on Star Rail has become 10 times worse than it was previously for its own game. And then I would want to say it's 100 times worse than Genshin. Because, funny thing, if you're really going for the tryhard and going to dire mode and stuff like that, you're obviously going in prepared for it. You know, having well-built characters and wailed out characters and stuff like that, you are prepared to do whatever it is for that difficulty. that high tier difficulty. But for the most part, you're looking at Abyss / menacing difficulty on Stygian, and sometimes fearless. More often than not, I think somebody will attempt fearless just to see if they can do it. The shield boss for Sandrone really wasn't shilly enough. And it's odd to say that, because I went in and killed it with Lowen on menacing, or on fearless, I mean. Because I did that on fearless, and I did that in Abyss. I did it originally with Lowen. And then the other day we found out that I was like, I'm just going to see how this goes in the Abyss, despite the fact that I don't have a bow on me, I don't have Electro. So a couple of those chambers were kind of murky with Arlecchino because I didn't do that. I wasn't prepared to do that. So I was like, I'm just wanting to see numbers, and I just kind of want to see her going into the Abyss on that thing, even though I could have gone menacing on Stygian. And I just went, oh, Arlecchino actually can hit the things, the orbs. Mind blown. So you didn't need Sandrone, which more than likely means, like, in some capacity, Malvika probably can hit it. I would imagine she could. I could be wrong on that. But also remember when I did fight it with Lowen, I also had Fischl. I do remember that too. But anyway. It's kind of just an interesting place that I'm in when looking at the games. Now that I've played Genshin for about 3 years, and now I played Star Rail for 2. This is now my second year going into Star Rail. And having the experience with the gacha games themselves and the financial responsibility I have towards them. Do you need to? No. You, of course, do never, ever, ever have to swipe on these games. I still stand by that viewing the Express Pass, Battle Pass as a sub fee, similar to the way you would pay for Final Fantasy XIV, as the best way to play the game. Because you get a little bit of extra foot in the ground. A little step forward. Advancement. Whatever you want to call it. You get a little bit of help from doing that. And not just in the pull sense. Yes, you do get extra summons or currency towards summons. But it's literally, especially the Battle Pass, it's all about the extra resources to be able to advance your characters. And the weapons do help too. I'm not going to lie. The weapons actually do help. But there's a difference between the feel of needing that you have to swipe and then wanting to. FOMO is a big part of it. And there's no advice I can give on how to deal with that FOMO. And I feel sad just because, not because I missed out on Staff of Scarlet Sands, because I was smart in that. I regret doing the 10 pull on the weapon. I should have saved that straight up, because that pity doesn't go anywhere. I feel sad because of the characters on that banner. Because all of them, obviously, would go into Temper Thyself. So getting a constellation for them was not going to be difficult. I can get my C1 Risley now. Come Snezhnaya, so that's actually really cool. It's the fact that they put in Miko. The fact that they made Miko so good for Stellar Conduct. I am sad that I don't have her, because it would solve a lot of composition problems. All I would need is her to be off the off-field Electro, and that's it. But I decided to save for Snezhnaya in and of itself. And it's like, well, you would have Alyosha. Alyosha should be fine. And then they kind of treated him like a poor 4-star that he is. So I'm kind of hoping it's not going to bite me in the butt that I didn't get Yae. But I also wasn't going to spend the money to try to get her either. Because I shouldn't have to. And that was kind of the same thing with the feeling of when I bought Lowen. Lowen's numbers, unfortunately, like, that's where the quote-unquote buyer's remorse would be, because he doesn't do as much damage. He doesn't do as much as Skirk. But the difference, though, is that he's more versatile than Skirk. So, I'm glad in that regard. And again, he is my second favorite character in the game, so I don't regret getting him because he didn't go standard. And I have no idea when he's going to rerun again, because his numbers probably weren't good. Because again, he came out at a point, which was right after Nicole, and he's right before Snezhnaya. The tactics that the companies implement bug me. And unfortunately, like, I'm not going to stop. Just because they bug me doesn't mean I'm going to stop playing the games. But they do make it more self-aware in terms of buying. Because there was quite a few times for Star Rail that I was like, I'm going to top up and go and do this. But it's like, I can't financially really do that. I have to pick one or the other game to do that. So if I said I'm going to get an Axis Eidolons and drop, we'll say, like $200 to try to do that, ideally $200 should net me at least one win. Probably a guarantee. We know that. Or I spend the same amount and go for Arlecchino. And as much as I love Anaxa, the power creep in Star Rail is so bad that it's dumb to do that. And I would have to... I'm just trying to re-get a third team at this point. Also, again, Himiko is using his Leiko. So it doesn't make sense for me to invest into Anaxa as much as I love him. Whereas Arlecchino, third favorite character in the game, Genshin, is proving to be the second best character on my entire freaking account. And vertical investment has paid off for me in Genshin versus Star Rail. So for me, vertically investing in Genshin is a lot better. I'm not telling anybody else to do that. If you just want to be a collector and get your C0 and bounce, do that. You want to grab your favorite characters and invest in them? You can do that too. Just be aware, if you want to use your favorite characters in the endgame, they might not function. You might struggle. And that's okay. It's okay to struggle from time to time. But not everything has to be an uphill battle 2 miles in the snow. I'm looking forward to Snezhnaya, despite being wishy-washy and very Debbie Downer on the special program. I still think it felt weird. Maybe because it wasn't a milestone anniversary. It wasn't like the 5th anniversary or anything like that. But Dawei wasn't there, so that seemed weird. And the pacing of it just seemed weird too. It felt like things were missing from it. Because I do remember like Natlan and Nocry going over an hour, I believe. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, if my memory is way out of whack, but I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know is that, you know, Star Rail hasn't felt terrific. And the amount of trial and errors I've had to do to finagle just eking out a win for Starward mode is atrocious. And we've had this discussion earlier this week too, that, you know, ZZZ changed something in one of their endgame modes on how things were calculated. So a team that was clearing fine before is now not doing it, and you have to question why. Your builds haven't changed, so what the hell did they do to the combat and the fight to make it so that you can't fully clear? I don't think, like, one floor being shill, we've mentioned this too, one floor being shill is fine. because you do have to advertise the character somehow. And sometimes trials don't do that because they'll just obliterate whatever's in the trial. I'll give Star Rail a little bit of credit on that. At the very least, you can see a couple rounds of combat going off with the trial character that they're showcasing to actually gauge what they can do. But like Genshin, it's kind of 2 hits and the enemy's dead kind of situation. So I can understand doing that. So like for an example with Genshin, Stygian is a good spot to do that because it is 3 bosses. But so where would you put it in Star Rail? It would be one of the 2 instead of like going Starward mode. It would be one of the 2, and then obviously the King and Anomaly. But keep in mind, Anomaly was made for the whales. It was the hardest content, and it was a good hard content because there was nothing. I don't want to say worth getting because that defeats the point of the whole thing. But there were no jades attached to it, which means the average player wasn't left out in the dust by not being able to get these jades. But Starward mode did attach the jade to it, and that feels awful. Because it's not even like, oh, here's 20 extra jade, like that arbitrary 20 that they like to throw in somewhere. No, it is 100 effing jade. Yeah, it's not a full-on summon, but it's close to one. 100 is a chunk. But I'm going to end stream early because I am tired. It's kind of the reason I'm very slow on my sentences right now. So we're going to end a little bit early. So on Monday, I'll hopefully have more of a game plan of how I want to do this because ultimately there's the glaring problem, and that's me doing 2 accounts. That's the free-to-play versus my main. And just because my main can spend money doesn't mean I want to. I would like to be able to save my wallet some trouble in a little, you know. But Arlecchino is there, so I'm probably going to possibly farm stuff on my main, like actually do more exploration on the moon and get it capped out. In the similar vein to how we farmed for Nuvi. And just go ham on it and get what I can get. Because the other issue is that more than likely, and again, this is an asterisk, and it's an unfortunate asterisk too for my main as well. It's smart for me to get Odette on my main because I do have Cyno and Wriothesley. However, Arlecchino being on the first half sucks balls. So I need to see proper testing, hopefully with at least Cyno, to see if it's worth getting. If she's not, then everything goes towards Arlie, and that's fine. But we're also on a 50-50, so if I lose the 50-50 on Odette, that means I need to go and use the guarantee, and then I might not even be able to get my C2 on Arlie, and that's where I really want her. Yes, I would like her C6 eventually, similarly to Neuvillette, but her reruns have not been in my favor. Unfortunately. Her first rerun came in Natlan with being right after Malvika and Citlali. And not only did I go for Citlali, I went for Citlali's C1. I got that stupid early, but that's what happened. So I was just like, well, I'll build pity on Arlecchino and hope for the best. I managed to get a very quick C1, but I didn't just go for her C1. I went for her weapon first. And that took me to like 60-something pity. So I did luck out on that banner, but not to the extent of when I went for like newbies cons. Not every polling session is going to be the same. I know this. But that's what happened. And then I went for her C2 and I lost, and I ended up holding the guarantee for Durin. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad I did that because I do have Lowen and I do want Farka. But I really wanted Arlie's C2. And now she's like at the beginning of the banner. If she was on the second half, I would be less upset. Because it would give me time to get Odette and then farm and actually squirrel money away to actually swipe for her. So we'll have to see in terms of the rest of Snezhnaya, because like that's where the top ups usually go. Would be like for newbie, that's what happened. I would wait until Neuvillette actually reran and then, you know, finagle what I could financially and get that all situated. The only time that bit me in the butt during Nodcry was at the start with Flints. Nodcry didn't treat me very well. Well, can't say that. No, it treated me well on the weapon banner. Getting Flints' weapon as soon as I did was actually really good. But that's probably what's going to happen Monday is that I'm going to start farming again on the main account. So it has as many opportunities as possible to get a debt and start going for Arlie's constellations. I almost said conventions. Oh, I'm eepy. But as for free to play, I have to see what I can finagle for that. Because again, if I don't get Odette, it's fine. That'll be just fine. And then I would just go more towards Stellar Swirl, where I can just use the Traveler and a couple other pieces that I have once I can pick up Mizuki. But trying to do the all-out farms on both accounts, I can't do. So I need to find a way to be able to not make it feel like the free-to-play is far behind, because the biggest thing is that the free-to-play is the thing that needs the resources more. So, like, even though I'm thinking about Arlecchino, like, I really should be going, okay, I'm going to do all I can and max out the stuff on the map, blah, 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 for free-to-play account. I just don't have the mental capacity to do that. I just don't. And you've seen the quest log. I need to clear that out. So hopefully I'll have more of a game plan on Monday. I should have the theater done on both accounts before Monday. But aside from that, I'm at an absolute loss and need to make a game plan. And I wish I had a little bit more insight as to who is coming next for Snezhnaya. Because for all I know, if I'm being really honest, the free-to-player account could potentially just wait for the Tsaritsa. It needs cryo badly. Traveler is going to be a massive help. But that's a possibility too, is that because of the resources, aside from going after one of the weapons for Flynn's or Nefa, possibly waiting for the Tsaritsa might be the goal. And then pick up the support for the Tsaritsa after. Just to ensure that we have the summons for her. That's the thing, because I'm only at like... Shit, I think I'm only at like 20 summons on free-to-play. I'll have to double check that, but we're not very high. But part of that had to do with getting Columbina. Huh. Sorry, I am ranty and just rambling at this point. It is me literally trying to plan out what I want to do and what I need to do. Because again, both accounts are completely different from each other. Mainly because one is free to play, one is not. And just because my main is not free to play doesn't mean I wouldn't like to save money somewhere. if I can absolutely help it. Because I'm not a mega whale. I'm barely even a whale. In hell, I'm barely even a dolphin. Nuvi was a special case. And again, I want to point this out for the randomness in terms of financial stability as well. Neuvillette, for me, in terms of getting all his constellations plus his weapon, came just over $200. And I want to point out, only 80 of that, roughly, was out of my own pocket. The rest of that was gifted to me through like my birthday and Christmas and stuff like that. But in terms of total cost, my Neuvillette C6R1 was less expensive than getting C0 of both Lowen and Nicole. And that's the reality that I have to face, that to try to get Audette, and even my C2 Arlecchino, and keep in mind, that's one constellation. She's C1 right now. It's possible that it would cost me the same amount as it did for Lowen and Nicole. And I don't want that to happen. So I need to make sure I have every Fremo gem as possible. And if that means I have to go ham and farm and not be on the free-to-play account, okay. Because the thing is, I spent money on my main account, and I want to make sure that it's maintained and I have fun with it. Because I have financially invested in it. It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? But anyway, if you guys have some advice, especially on the free-to-play side, if you have more than one account and you have a free-to-play account, let me know. What are you summoning for, and how are you determining that? You guys have seen my accounts many times. What would you suggest I do? But we'll discuss more on Monday. Definitely, I can almost guarantee you I am going to farm on the main account on Monday. And we'll see where we're at. And then we'll be ever closer to Snezhnaya. I am now going to go sleep. Oh my god, my brain is so slow. So until then, everybody, take care.